I'll just be right back for like a few minutes. Okay, looks like the YouTube stream is healthy. Looks like it's starting. Title's still messed up. I don't know why it does that. Refactor network code. Okay, there we go, that's what I meant. Okay, but yeah, looks like YouTube is up. Let me test the chat one more time. Okay, well, YouTube sometimes has some issues starting up with the chat, but I'm assuming it'll pick up. Actually, let me just try something really quick. Let me make sure it's all authorized really quick. Okay, that looks good. And turn back on my VPN. Alright. Close that. Alright. There we go. Okay, cool. Looks like it's working. Alright, so just go ahead and give me, I'd say, like 5 minutes. I just need to, again, just fix something with my toilet really quick. I'll be right back. So, yeah, just BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm just going to move up my table and then we'll go ahead and start. Ooh. Okay. All right. I had to rush to get everything set up, but it looks like everything's good. I'm just gonna get my music. Let's go ahead and turn on. Yeah. And go ahead and stop monitoring the music. Play something of my own. Check Spotify. But yeah, I think we'll go ahead and start the stream. So yeah, welcome to the Game Engine stream. How do I say? Today is Friday, March 7th. I haven't streamed in like a week. Kind of unfortunate, but I think that's going to be my new schedule. From now on, it's just going to be once a week. I know before I used to have a schedule of like once or 5 times a week, but I've had to dial it back for like personal reasons. This truck outside, it's going crazy. Okay, I guess that's the window's already closed. Hey, my Spotify's logged out. I forgot I logged out of all of my stuff too, so I gotta log back in. Let me open this. Log in. Okay, there we go. Whoa, that's loud. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Alright, so anyways. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and just start. And we'll take it from there, I guess. Alright, so what's up with my updates? Alright, general updates and recent updates. So, another day, another dollar, you know, wish I was making money, but we're at the, still pretty early in development. So I guess we'll see. I've been working on refactoring my network code recently, so that's been the most recent change and most significant change I've done in the past week is just refactoring a lot of the networking code. We'll go through a lot of the commits, and then I'll kind of discuss what I've gotten done in general. Move my mic too. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get into that one. I also added new color palette fixes, so you can actually use the color palettes now, so that's kind of nice. There's still a lot of features I want to add to it, but I'll just go ahead and showcase it to you guys real quick. And yeah, other miscellaneous changes, which I'll just showcase, but it's all basically relating to networking. That's kind of like the common theme at the moment. So yeah, we're getting through networking. We're trying to see how far through we can get with it today. Originally, when I described some of the networking issues that I was having with Pong or whatever, I really only described 2 issues. But now that I'm going through networking code and trying to deal with those issues, I'm realizing there's a lot more I need to refactor about the networking code, not just the 2 issues I specified before. So let me go ahead and show the progress board, and then we can kind of more visually see what I'm talking about. Does my thing still work? It does, okay. Cool. All right, sure. So yeah, fix networking issues. That's kind of the main thing we're working on right now, right? This music is going crazy. Let me... You know what? I want some Chrono Trigger. I'm not used to starting the stream this late in the day, so I'm a little all over the place right now. Okay, there we go. I got some harp going in the back for myself. All right, so yeah, the main 2 steps that I was dealing with for the networking was refactoring the sessions and how that whole setup, like creating sessions, updating sessions, adding a session, deleting a session. Pretty much all of that is what I want to fix. And packet interpolation for like physics and location information for different entities and whatnot. Those are the two main issues. I added fixing the environment variable file, which I actually finished doing that over the past week, so I'll go ahead and showcase that. But while I was kind of getting ready to work on refactoring the sessions, I just realized there were so many more issues I need to deal with for networking in order to get it where I want it to be for Paul, if that makes sense. So I added a few extra little bits here. The main thing right now is refactoring the network code. Again, I actually finished dealing with the config file situation. So I'll go ahead and show me finishing that, and let me move this over to completed features. Oh, hey, Lorenzo. Lorenzo, game dev, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Kind of just picking up the stream. Starting up, you know what I mean? I haven't been streaming as much as I used to, so I'm kind of just trying to get used to my new setup, I guess. I'm kind of just streaming once a week and then kind of recapping what I do during the week. It seems like that's going to work for now, I guess. But yeah, how's it going for you? I see you come by. Let's see. Yeah, right now I'm just going to describe the commits that I've done between last stream and this stream, and then we'll go ahead and just start up. But mainly the stream's just going to be like a refactoring stream, so nothing too crazy. Oh, you fixed a bug, yeah. I mean, I feel that emotion you got about it. Very stupid bug. I feel that. What was it? Any particular system that you were working on for your project? For that bug or whatever? Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Nextel is supposed to do. I'm a little out of them. I'm gonna take it step by step today, kind of go slow. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think I'm done starting up. So again, I got that whole network config file thing done. I think that's what I was working on last stream, so I just finished it up. And mainly I've just been refactoring for the past week. Let's go ahead and get over to my GitHub, and then we can kind of look through the commits together. And I'll just kind of describe it. And then I'll just kind of show you where the engine, what it looks like right now. And that'll be it for the recap. It was hit stop on the units. It was hit stop on the units. A small effect where units freeze when they get hit. Yeah, I could see a lot of edge cases surrounding that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what your particular issue was, but I could see it though. Sounds like a fun mechanic though, to kind of get in though. Let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, I committed, I think 37 minutes ago, and currently it's sitting at a failure because I canceled it. If I let it fully test, I would have to start the stream even later. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at these commits real quick. As far as I can tell, it works though, so it should be fine. 1 week from last time. Let's see, what day was that? Last time I streamed. Okay, that was the 28th. Okay. So yeah, this was all that. So I guess I just did 5 commits. And let me go ahead and read through here. Add proper server config struct. Yeah, allow indenting. Or choose directory spec. Yeah. Add editor UI for specifying, and optionally generate server config file when exporting in project.cpp. Yeah, so long and short, this basically is just finishing up the server config file, and I'll kind of show how that looks inside of the editor. That's pretty much what I got done with that. For the color palettes, this was just a straight color palette commit. And then basically, I just added a few little features, but basically you're able to like fully create color palettes and use them. So that's cool, right? Yeah, and then these last two commits have just been refactoring, a lot of refactoring. And I'll kind of just kind of show where I'm at the moment. Let's see. As though it was something very stupid, I called a coroutine from the hitbox instead of from the unit. So when the hitbox deactivated, the effect would stop. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's that's an interesting issue of like who's responsible for what. Yeah. I also want to add coroutines at some point. That'd be really nice. Not exactly the same thing, because I know coroutines are a specific computer science thing, but some form of a like series of actions you want to take in a row, and then you have like defined like starting and stopping points, I guess, and you can do it over time. And I guess that's the main function of a coroutine, right? Color palettes are very nice to have. Yeah. I have a lot of ideas for the color palettes, but I'm trying to just work on it piece by piece. So I don't, you know, it's supposed to be like a side thing that's really fun to add, not like a stressful thing. But yeah, since I've finished talking about the commits, let's go ahead and we'll run up the editor, and maybe I can kind of show where I have it at. Yeah, I feel like a lot of engines, they don't really put too much thought into like color palettes, right? They kind of just slap it in. I have some ideas. I feel like it'll be fun. Okay, synchronous. I don't know the distinction. Let me see. Synchronous. I can only guess by the name, but coroutines. Let's see, or Unity. AI. Synchronous operations that run within a coroutine still execute on the main thread. If you want to reduce the amount spent on the main thread, it is important. Oh, it's just all on the same thread. Right, and then you don't have to worry about atomics or whatever, like keeping everything thread safe or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't have coroutines, so I don't have that, but I do have like a job system in my engine, so you can like submit jobs to the main thread and it'll take care of it. Yeah, so it is very nice not having to worry about all that thread safety stuff with this. But yeah, also I can't wait to get into some more multi-threading stuff. That'll be fun. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and look into like what I've gotten done recently. I'll start with the color palettes. I'll kind of just show like what it looks like right now. So the current editor, I'm not really the biggest fan of the editor. It's just a basic editor like I have the rest of them. I kind of want to have like a way of displaying it as like a grid also, so you can kind of like toggle it. I might add that later. But right now, all you really can do is just add like white and then just modify the color, right? But I have a ton of ideas on like color creation, like maybe different like color theory things, like adding like analogous colors, generating random colors with like certain parameters. That'd be really cool. And then one specific idea I had, okay, well, anyways, let me finish showcasing what I have right now. So you can add a color, you can add white, whatever. I need to make it so you can change the name. That's a really easy fix. I haven't bothered. But any color picker that you open up, you can specify the color using this, Or you can click palette, open up a particular palette, and then now you can choose whatever color you want, and it has the name associated with it, right? So yeah, that's the main function of the color picker at the moment. It is kind of ridiculous all of them say white right now, but I'll fix that later. One specific idea I had with the color picker that I'm really excited to add in. Let me see. I think on Wikipedia, they have a list of colors. Yeah. And they have all the names of like their various colors and the hex values associated with the RGB values and whatever, right? So I was thinking what would be really cool is you could like pick a color, like you could just find the color, like RGB, just pick a value, and then you could generate the name from the value. So it'll do like a three-dimensional search, right, on the RGB value and find like the closest, like nearest neighbor name. And then you can just auto-generate the name. Or two, you know how different colors have different feelings or they evoke different emotions? You can kind of like maybe generate color palettes based on certain emotions. That'd be really cool. Yeah, I mean, like the actual concept wouldn't be like too hard, because all you have to do is just take all the names from this list, right? And just associate it with each hex, right? And then you just need to write the algorithm that will kind of just do like a distance for all three values. It's not the most efficient algorithm, so you'd use it like sparingly, but I feel like it'd be a really nice feature. You could just automatically generate a name. You're like, oh shoot, that's the closest name for this one. Or you can do vice versa, right? Like you could choose a name and it'll give you a color, right? But also, like, you should just be able to edit the name too. I'll add that as well. A plus button on the bottom instead of add a white, maybe? Yeah. The add white was just to get it in and working, like just so I can do basic CRUD operations. But yeah, no, this is not final. I'm thinking I'm gonna have, like right here in the tooltip, I'll probably have one part that says edit and then another part that says like create, and then the create will open up and then you can have like different options for creating the color. And then that way you could have like create a basic color, or create one using analogous colors, or create one using like, you know, different color theory ideas, you know. So yeah, I mean, I just want to have fun with it, right? Kind of similar to how I have it with actually the user interface. Yeah, the user interface, I have like an edit, and you have all the editing options, and you can add all this stuff. Why is it doing... Oh, I guess because I moved too fast. Interesting. I'm gooey. Maybe it's because it's in debug mode who does that. I do not know. Alright, but anyways, that's the color picker. That's just... or color palette, that's where I have it right now. So I'll make more progress with it, and I'll kind of just show where I'm at different points. The other thing that I added was inside, if you go to the export project, right? Last time I was working on getting the basic config, like, buildable, I guess, from the runtime. And I got that working. So now you're able to, like, open up this, like, check. And over here, you can specify, like, different host server information. So you want to have the IPv4, you want to have the port number, you want to specify that it's a local machine, and this is my current validation method. It's not great, but I'll fix it later. And yeah, you can just export, and then it'll just go ahead and build whatever you provided here. How do you zoom? Oh, yeah, it's like a script associated with OBS. Yeah. I can link you it if you're curious. I'm trying to remember the name, actually. What is the name of that thing? Let's see. No, yeah, I think I remember seeing Cherno do something similar. He has like a zoom on his thing. I was like, I want that. And yeah, I think it's basically just a script. I didn't know. OBS used Lua for its scripting. That's interesting. Where did I... I'm just looking for the script right now. I forgot where I put it. Oh yeah, tools, yeah. Scripts, and what is it called? Oh yeah, zoom to mouse. That's what it was called. OBS zoom to mouse. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. Yeah, I mean, it works, right? It's pretty good. Yeah, so that was the whole config thing. The only other like visual change I made was if you go to the project settings, you'll see I kind of cleaned it up a little bit. So you have like a network tab, you go over here, and then you have all the network options. I'm still working on sorting these a bit better. And these are just all the different functions that you would associate on the client side. Like if you want to, like what do you do once you approve a join session, right? You would do this. What do you do when the user left session? You do this, right? But again, I think there's a better way to organize this, so I'll figure it out. And yeah, again, basically right now I've just been cleaning up the networking code. My general idea right now is that I was having issues how do I say? I was having issues kind of focusing on what I need to deal with for the networking, right? Like I was very confused. I was like, I want to fix this, and I want to fix this, and I want to fix this so that this thing works. So there's just like a million options, right? Like choice overload, right? So I figured, okay, you know what? Let me slow down. I'm gonna go back and refactor the networking code, just to kind of get a better understanding of what's happening, and then like kind of clean it up for extensibility and whatnot, you know, refactoring. And then once that's done, I should have a clearer picture and a clearer path to how do I get my end goal, and I'll just go from there, right? So that's kind of where I'm at right now with this. And yeah, the refactoring I can kind of just show you real quick what I've kind of been doing, but I'm not going to go into detail with it. Basically, I've just been going through this whole like client file. This client file has basically the service, right? Client service. This is what you actually interact with externally. Like if you want to call a script, you would call one of these functions, right? And then here's the actual client context, right? And I've just been going through here, like labeling things, moving things around, making sure that I have like explicit functions like these for every like send message type. So basically here, like for the client, you would think it receives messages from the server, and then it sends messages from the server, right? And then, or sends messages to the server, my bad. And here you have a function that just kind of sorts through all the different message names, right? So these are all the different enum types for the different messages names, which I'm still working on. They're kind of being fixed right now, I guess, for me. And then yeah, each one has its own dedicated function. You go over here, and yeah, this does nothing, but yeah, just handling each message explicitly. And I did this for the entire client. I just finished getting most of the server done. So the server is fairly analogous, right? The server receives and sends messages, but of course, with the client server architecture, you have one server and multiple clients, right? So the client's very simple. It just sends messages to the server and back, but the server needs to keep context of all the different clients and then know which client am I sending to, or if I need to send a message to all clients, then I can do that, right? So this one sends, like it looks for all the clients in the current session, which is kind of, this is garbage. I gotta fix this. Currently there's only one session. I gotta change it so that multiple sessions are available. And yeah, you just send a message, and that's, you know, the server. And yeah, so again, I'm done with the server. Basically all of this code I'm pretty much done with. I'm getting through this bottom half today. Let's see. My progress board. Oh, yeah, here. So yeah, just refactoring. Not much to really say about it in particular. Real quick, I'm gonna take a quick break, maybe like a few minutes, and get some water, and then we'll just go ahead and continue on the refactor train. But yeah, basically I'm gonna refactor, and then once I'm done refactoring, I'm gonna go ahead and list a few more things I need to do before I can properly fix the sessions, right? So that's kind of the game plan for today. So, all right, I'll be right back. Okay. My bad if I'm talking really fast. I grabbed some coffee. I think it's making me go really fast. I'll try to slow down and enunciate a bit more. But alright, let's go ahead and get into some coding. Where did I leave off? I think I had already cleaned up all of the server code, like specifically the server class. So, session and clock. Yeah, I cleaned this up, I believe. I think I was here. This does nothing, okay. What's the point of this function? It's not even a virtual function too, it's just a random function. Okay, I guess. Well, let me go ahead and... Let's go ahead and just... And then I think I have like a thing. Yeah, very descriptive thing. I have a macro that I type for unused parameters. I think it's unreferenced. Yeah, that's what it is. Unreferenced parameter clients. All right. On connect. Let's see what's up with this. Oh, I sent a message here. Okay. So yeah, I'm basically trying to take everywhere that I send a message and more flatly define it right here. I think I've been preferring that, so that I can kind of just go here and immediately find the message I'm trying to find, I guess. I might sort this better though later. I just want to get it defined here first. Check out Carvana engine. Oh yeah, it's not bot. Oh my. Alright, accept connection. So it looks like I'm sending two messages. So when a client connects, what's happening? The client connects successful, sure. And then we're going to go ahead and send a message saying, oh yeah, back to the original client saying, yeah, you've been connected, good, like, good job, right? And then you send one more message to all of the other clients saying, oh, here's an updated client count, right? We have added another client, right? And return true. Sure. This one, we'll go ahead and get rid of this. +1, yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping I'll be done with... Pong pretty soon. I just want to make sure this network code is nice and proper and dealt with all these issues first, and then we can go ahead and move on. Oh, another thing, actually, while I have it in my mind, I'm going to do breakout next instead of snake. Because breakout's more close to Pong, I don't have to keep thinking. I think for snake, what I want to do is I want to be able to disable the physics system entirely. I don't have a way of doing that right now. So I might make a more like modular system where you can like enable and disable certain systems or whatever. So yeah, I kind of want to have that done for snake. All right, so I'm going to refactor this. I'm going to take this out. Basically, this is going to be a send. What am I sending? Send accept connection message. It looks like we need. What do we need? The client we're sending to, which in this case is just the client. And then we need the updated client count, which we're incrementing here and then sending. That's interesting. Is that right? I must be calling this function before I actually update it. Yeah, sure, whatever. I believe this is it's a uint32, so we'll say uint32_t current client, or I'll say client count is equal to this. Oh wait, yeah. It's literally this. What am I doing? Put it up here. We'll rename it to client count. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and pass that in, client count. Okay, let's go ahead and make this right here. So we'll come back up here. Let's go ahead and add a new one. Which one's similar? I think probably this one. Let's bring it down. Send receive client count message. I must already handle that. Approve client and join, huh? I know this one's different. Yeah, accept connection. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, this one I believe is a session management thing, and then this is a connection thing. So I think once I'm done refactoring in general with this stuff, I'm gonna come back and then just deal with the messages specifically and make it more clear. Because yeah, right now it's kind of unclear which one's a session management thing and which one is a just a general connection thing. Let's see. Okay. What is wrong? Oh, it's because it's a ref, yeah. I gotta stop using refs everywhere. At some point, I'm gonna just completely get rid of refs or shared pointers. Well, not completely get rid of them. I'll use them sparingly, but for the most part, no. I kind of give up a certain level of control over the memory management with that, which is kind of annoying. Send TCP message. Okay, so I think I can just... Oh, this is a receiving client. Receiving clients. But yeah, if anyone has any questions or anything, just let me know or whatever. I want to get stuff done on stream, but also I'm kind of just chilling too. I do a lot of my coding off stream, so I'm not really too worried. Just figured I'd throw that out there. Let's see. Client count. Yeah, client count. Okay, that's good. That's good. You want to send it reliably using TCP. Reliably using TCP. Oh yeah, for sure. do what you do, man. I think I was chilling in someone else's stream the other day too. I was doing the same thing. So I feel it. Let's see. How do I... Okay. Return a message to the client indicating the connection was successful. That's about it, right? Yeah, I wanted to really add these comments to be like very clear. Like, what is this doing? Right? Well, that was one of those things I wanted. Okay, I think we're good here. So let's go ahead and remove this. I gotta be careful though, because I think I'm reusing this message here. So we'll go ahead and move this down. Move this down. And we'll get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And then we're gonna do the same thing for here. So this one is a receive client count, which I believe I already have implemented. So send receive client count message, yeah. So we just provide... We're sending this to all? Oh no, we're okay. Yeah, this is going to all. Okay, well I guess I'll just actually I don't know where I want to split the responsibility at. It's not the most important thing ever, I just want to be consistent, right? I could just do a for loop here and call it a day. Yeah, you know what? I'll just go ahead and... Yeah, we'll go ahead and just make a second one. Send receive client counts to all. Yeah, I do not love these names. Tis what it tis. Okay. So we'll go ahead and... Also, I don't know why I'm fully qualifying that name too. Alright. Okay, well, it looks like we're just sending this client message to every client inside of the server, right? And then here we do client.get. So this is the ignored client. This is the one that we do not send to because we don't want to update the client count for the one that just joined because it should already be aware. Or I think it updates the account based here actually. So yeah, we don't bother. So we'll do to all, and we'll go ahead and yoink this. And then we'll go ahead and provide the client, client.get, and then client count. Okay, there we go. Then we'll head over here, Paste this out. Yeah, let's call this receive client. Receive client. Wait, what am I talking about? Client count message. Yeah, I mean the same thing. Yeah. Okay, and then we push in the data, and then we send all, right? Send message reliably with TCP to all clients except, oh, I'll just say all with an asterisk. And then, yeah, this is the actual message, and then we want to do the receiving clients. And actually, we'll probably rename it to ignored clients, because that's actually what's happening. So basically, this one, it sends this message to all clients except for this one. So kind of like a mask or whatever, or something like that. I don't know. Right, so send simple message to update the client count for all clients. Okay, that's it, I think. Okay, yeah, that makes it a lot simpler. Yeah, in no case it seems like you would return false at this point. That's fine, honestly. I'll just say let the new client know it has been connected. And then here I'll say update the client count for all other clients. And this one, I don't think I need to. Yeah, I'm not gonna, whatever, it's fine. I don't think that needs a comment. Alright, what else are we doing? Disconnect. Yeah, I think I had a bug with this one. I don't know if the bug is due to like me breaking something, or if it's because I added better logging and then it's just detected an error I wasn't aware of. Because the issue right now is it just keeps logging remove client over and over and over and over. So there's some logic error I messed up with. I'm gonna finish refactoring, then I'll go ahead and deal with that. I like to have like a full understanding before I start trying to fix things. But it looks like I cleaned this up actually. Maybe that's why it's broken. Let me take a look. Maybe there's an obvious error I threw in. Send a client count update indicating a client left. Oh, okay. Oh, wait a second. Is this already send client count message to all? Oh, okay, wait a second. Yeah, I got some duplicates in here. That's fun. Okay, well this is the superior one, so make sure I don't have any other duplicates. it does the exact same thing. Okay, and then it's just send clients count. Oh, yep, it's the exact same thing. What's wrong here though? Oh, it's just reversed. That's why. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, logically, you would put the client first, or I would think so, anyways. And that's you want to do .get for the pointer. There we go. Okay, so send a client update indicating client left to everyone except for the one being removed. Sure. If only session.get all clients contains this client ID. Okay, so i.e. is this client inside of the session? If it is, remove the client from the session. Check if client removal failed, yeah. And then notify all of the clients which client was removed. Yeah, and then this is a session specific function. So that makes sense. Yeah, did I break something here? Let me see where this is called. Maybe there's something I messed up. Okay, like it's only being called in one place here. I don't think I modified this recently. Oh wait, maybe I did. I don't know. Invalid client exists for clients and all clients. What is this logic? Why did I do it like this? Client, if client and client is connected. Oh, it's saying like, if it's not fully connected. Wait, what? Wait, does this make any sense? What? Oh, no, wait. Wait, no, what? Because logically, if it is... Wait, no, this is checking whether they're valid. Oh, okay, so it's checking if either of these are off, right? Like if one or the other is off, then we're saying, okay, this is an invalid client. We're going to go ahead and make sure it's been terminated. Once we've ensured that it's terminated, we're going to like lob it into the list of clients that needs to be removed, and then we'll go ahead and remove it. Yeah, okay, so it's like a validation run, and yeah, it's valid. That makes sense. Okay, I guess this is fine. I have this weird feeling I broke something here, though. I'm gonna go look at the code in my Git history. Failing. Yep. Okay. So yeah, this is before I did all these changes. Let me take a look at this one. Should have clicked there. Okay, engine. Oh, it's telling me to take a break. I'll take a 20-second break. Haven't stretched my fingers in a while. Ooh. Okay. All right, Server.cpp. So what is this file again? Check connections valid. Let's go find that. Check connections valid. Okay. These are references. That's interesting. Let me move this over. Oh, because I lost it. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, well that's the same. This bit's the same. This bit is the same. Yeah, the code has not been modified. Sure. Let's look at disconnect. Okay, let's check that. On client disconnect. Yeah, it just sends a message. Oh, this is the one I was just looking at. And all this does is just notify all the other clients. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and it removes it from the map. Yeah, sure. This is just the UDP map. It resets the client and tells it to go away, or indicates that something needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, I should get rid of it, I think. Okay, well, I don't know. I think anything past this, I need to look into it more with a broader perspective, I guess. So we'll leave that alone. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Session clock. Okay, yeah, this one's good. This was the one I was just looking at. That one's fine. Yeah, I was taking a look through this. I already refactored this. Look at this one. What is this? What is going on here? Okay, so wait for client's connection async. Yeah, so this is the function that gets called when we want to start. It's like, or this is like the work we give the server at the very beginning. Like the work the server is primed with, saying, okay, we're going to be accepting clients and also like pulling in TCP and UDP messages. That's the other work it's doing. But yeah, in particular, this one, it just waits for an async connect event to happen, and then once it does once that happens, we go ahead and handle it here. If EC, okay. What? We just say, yeah, there's definitely an error, and then just move on. I suppose. I should look at that again. Maybe add some better logging of that. Okay, so yeah, like we exit in that case, otherwise we continue. Create the connection, sure. Why not? Link it with network context, yeah. Give the user server a chance to deny the connection. So the user server, what does that mean? You mean just server? Connection denied, and then wait for, yeah, so it just goes back to whatever it was doing, right? Push back. Connect. Also, some of these things might... What is this? Oh no, that's my function, never mind. Am I doing any ASIO functions here? Let me see. I don't think I am. Yeah, this just calls it again. It's recursive. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let me just add some better error messaging here, and then we'll move on. I think... Where do I... I have a good example of handling an error somewhere in the client, I think. I think it's error code. Yeah, and then where do we use it? There we go. Okay, let's go back. That's what I wanted to find. Yeah, so error code EC. So we'll do this instead. And we'll say error code. There we go. Yeah, new connection error, sure. Error code, blah, blah, blah. And then with the message, blah, 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 so we can kind of describe it. That's good. And then return, and we'll basically just do this, I suppose. Okay. Okay. So create the new TCP connection. So yeah, we just generate the new connection. This one, I guess we log the endpoint. Wait, this can really throw an error? Are you kidding me? Or it can throw an exception? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, well, I should probably handle that. And not call it here. Socket.remote endpoints. Okay, is that another error code here? Yeah, I'm trying to be more careful about this too, because before I had sort of a blanket fix for all these things. I just threw a try catch block on top of all of like my ASIO context stuff. But I really hate that. So I'm trying to be more mindful of which ASIO functions throw an exception and making sure I get an error code from it. And also write it out too. Sure. The socket is not malformed. That's kind of the main issue there, right? New connection creation error. I'll say new TCP connection creation error. And then yes, yes. Okay. Okay. What is this? Let me get rid of this. Connection denied. Denied. Why are we doing this internally? What was up with this? So on client connect. Oh yeah, this is just doing some validation, and let the client know it's been connected to, and update the client count for all their. Yeah, I mean, it's just doesn't really return a false value in that case, but it could. Connection denied. Wait for connection async. Yeah, sure. Okay, and what is this? Okay, we add the connection. I should make this like a helper function doing this type of stuff, because I don't want to forget to do something. all connections.back connect. Oh yeah, because we need to access it. Yeah, so connect and then mClient ID counter. I also need to be very careful of doing this. I'm doing like how do I say, like operations inside of expressions. I feel like that's kind of error prone. That's a postfix, right? So a prefix would increment it prior, like if I had it on this side. A prefix would increment it prior, and then we would use that value inside the function call. The postfix, I believe, does the function call and then increments it after the expression resolves. I'm kind of tempted to just take this bit where I increment it and just put it right here to be explicit. But why do I feel like I'm going to break something? Let me ask ChatGPT just to be crystal clear. Hey, what is the difference between the post prefix and postfix? Incrementer. In the specials. Pre-increment lies in when the value of the variable is incremented to its usage in the expression. Yep. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's when I was guessing what that does. So, sure. So yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this. I just don't like that. Client ID counter ++. There we go. More explicit. Add the connection to the server context and connect. And what does this do again? Connect. Let's see. Oh, this is the internal version of this, yeah. MID. I don't know if I like that. Is open. Does this throw an exception? I don't like these that are not clear. Usually they put no except here, and I'm like, cool. But there's no except here, so it's a little scary. But I'm gonna assume that's fine. It's just a query function. And then here, what are we doing here? The local endpoints, remote endpoints. The send and then receive ones. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that UDP is kind of weird like that. Like TCP don't really have to worry about all this stuff, but UDP you got to be very explicit about how you handle your send and receive endpoints for your connection, because it's not really a connection. I mean, it's kind of a connection because you got to keep it alive before the your modem, or not modem, yeah, we don't really have modems anymore, do they? Before your router throws the association away between or I guess the NAT table translation, it'll throw it away if you don't keep the connection alive, which is really annoying. So yeah, you just need to explicitly describe which endpoint you're receiving from and which endpoint you're sending to, and then you can kind of figure that out. And then of course you need your own endpoint, and then you can go from there. Try to see how I describe this. Get the yeah, and then the thing is, like, we're using the TCP socket as sort of like a base for the UDP socket, right? So we create the TCP connection first. I guess it's just checking if the TCP socket is properly open. I wonder, why am I not checking the other case? It's interesting. I should do that. But yeah, it takes the information from the TCP socket and goes, okay, we're going to translate that into a sort of UDP situation. It's like the agreed upon way of doing that. Get the UDP endpoint. Create the UDP endpoint information from the active TCP connection. Right, validation async. Oh, okay. And it's not connected yet. It's just open active TCP socket. So I guess the first thing we do is just set up the UDP situation, and then we write the validation async, and then the validation will do its little dance to kind of figure out whether your client is a valid client. And then after that validation is done, we'll be like, okay, cool. No, you're good. You're a connection. We'll go ahead and set you up. I'm wondering if I want to. Maybe I should just log this. I don't know. KG info. Maybe even warn actually. Attempts to connect to create a TCP connection. However, the socket is invalid. Yeah, you should probably be aware of that. I don't know if I want to take any action in that case. I might just want to see when that happens. Because the default case is just it falls through and then they don't connect. That's about it. So add connection to server context and connect. Yeah, sure. MID counter. Yeah, sure. Connection allowed, so add the container of new connections. Sure. The IP to client map. We say connection approved, cool, and then continue connecting clients. Nope. Okay, I think we're good here. Let's go ahead and head back. Was there anything else I wanted to clean up here? I think that was it. Get UDP remote endpoint, just getting the remote endpoint, yeah. Okay. I think we're done with that. I'm kind of tempted to clean this up a bit. I'll see. Yeah. Don't I have a disconnect function somewhere in here? Stop. This is just stop server. Or do I have it as one of these? No. Yeah, I have it on the TCP clients. Okay. Is connected. Yeah, so we close the socket, wake up the thread. Connection to a client has been terminated. And then do we handle this anywhere? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and leave this alone. Alright, so let's go ahead and deal with this service section. Init. What are we doing here? Get the server location type from the network config file. Yeah, fair. Create the new server context and initialize the server. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Prime the TCP context, so listen for connections, yeah. So, start up that. Start reading messages on the UDP section side of things, yeah. Where do we start the TCP? Must be here. No. I guess the server is just much simpler. There's not as much of like a build up and tear down. Yeah, because this just creates like the ability to add connections, right? And this will have a whole thing associated, right? And yeah, we just start reading messages from the UDP server. And once the client connects, then that'll start up the whole like build up validation loop, whatever. Yeah, and then we just run, and then I guess... Oh yeah, this can throw an error, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, so this starts the ASIO thread, and then it'll check for an error or whatnot. And it'll start the server. And then, of course, this would be called within, I believe, the run loop. Or no, well, this is called in the init. And then I believe we just call run separately. And then that just checks for messages and then just processes the events. And that's about it. Okay, not too bad. Ensure server context exists. Yeah, I would agree with that. Stop server. What's up with that? Yep, just resets the server, the UDP service, closes all TCP connections, clears the ASIO context, and then clears the actual data associated. Are we doing this twice? Oh, no, okay, yeah. This one disconnects, and then this one resets. And I believe this... Yeah, just sends a post to go ahead and close the socket. And wakes up the thread. It seems like a weird ordering of things here, actually. I don't know. I wonder if that's blocking. Actually, I think this is blocking. Now that I'm looking at it, this because usually they prepend it with async, like async post or something, but this one just says post. So I think this is a blocking operation, which is good. That means after this should probably be invalid. I don't know if we're invoking another function. Yeah, I gotta take a look at that more strictly at some point. But it looks fine. Yeah, terminate looks fine. What about the run function? Yeah, that's pretty clear. I think I cleaned that up earlier. It's very simple. The event queue, I mean, I guess I'll comment through it and I'll say wait. I have to fix this. This could be broken. Okay, obtain the event queue lock. And add the event. Okay, that one's fine. This, I think, might be broken. Yeah, this is potentially broken, so I gotta be careful about this. Obtain the event queue lock for the scope. Or, yeah. This should be fairly obvious, I think. Okay, here's the current issue. So yeah, the problem here is that like this works, right? Currently, it will do the thing. It'll get the event queue. It'll go ahead and loop through all of the events and then go ahead and handle each event, and that's about it. So let's see. Load B. That code smells. Well, I don't know how to respond to that. But nice seeing you come by. Load B. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out right now how to make sure that this doesn't throw an error. So the present issue with this, right, is we loop through the events, and then there's a possibility where inside of one of these events, it throws another event. And then if you throw another event inside of one of the events, then that could invalidate this whole thing, and then the whole thing crashes, right? So we don't want that to happen. Let's see. Oh, is that a Mr. Krabs? Ooh, I haven't heard that one in a while. Ooh, something. Wait, give me a sec. I'm gonna go walk around for a bit. Ooh, what did I eat earlier? I think I had coffee and chicken earlier. I got a cramp for a second. I have my standing desk too, so I'm just walking around a little bit. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. This is a pretty easy fix, to be honest. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and cache the event queue. So the event queue is a vector of events. Yeah, so std vector of refs to events, which honestly, yeah, that whole shared pointer thing is kind of killing me, not gonna lie. I will deal with that later. I'll say cached events. Okay, so now we need to fill this, and then we're going to go ahead and loop through the cached events. And then we're going to bring this over here. And then we're going to say, well, this is a vector. I think a move operation would actually work here. Normally, like plain old data or like kind of set in data doesn't really work for move operations, but I think in this case it's valid. So server event queue, we're going to say cached events is equal to this, but we're going to do a move operation. I'm sure the compiler could figure it out too, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so store a copy to prevent loop invalidation. Yeah, I'll just do that. I don't know. And I believe here is where you want to obtain that lock. So we'll obtain it right here in this scope. That's why we have this scope right here. So we'll obtain this event queue lock. Move this up. Cache a copy of the event queue. Okay, let's see. Cached event. Store the new event, or the events in the. Okay. The event queue. Okay, that's it. So again, this just goes ahead and caches the events, right? And then that way, once we exit out of this, how do I say? Like once we exit out of these braces and we're like done with this operation, we can now go ahead and start adding events back into this M event queue, right? This also makes it a lot easier or a lot faster of an operation because we don't have to wait for this entire loop of handling events to go ahead and add more events to the queue. This just moves all data at once, and then we just take our time of handling the events. So that's another plus for the multi-threading. The only thing is we're storing this local copy of memory and moving it over, but I think it's worth not throwing an error. Okay, and then I think it was just these last two. So we only have one event, is the start a session event. And then on start session, what's going on here? I don't like how I'm doing this here. I feel like this shouldn't be done in the server service. Yeah. It's pretty odd we're doing this here. I might move it. we doing here too? Start session, start frame. Oh, okay. No, I think I get what's happening here. Set session start frame. Yeah, so it has nothing to do with the timing thread. So this only takes this action of starting the timing thread if it's not already active, right? Otherwise, it just like, hey, this is your current update count. Just query it whenever you need it, right? But yeah, I think I'm gonna move this function into the server context. So we'll say void start session. Melly. Let's see. Now I'm thinking of that Krusty. Now I'm thinking of that SpongeBob episode. What episode is that? Now I can't remember. The AI trying to interpret it to is an expression that refers to an unpleasant. yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't know what episode that is. Okay. I'll say kg assert s server, because it'd be weird to do this without a server. And then we'll say s server start session. There you go. Do we need the event in any case here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah, we just call this. So let's go ahead and take this and move it out. What is this? Oh, this is the current update count, and then we're setting. Oh yeah, okay. No, I get it. I guess this one we just provide this, right? Okay, and then go ahead and comment this and just say. Yeah, start frame would be 0 in this case. Start the server. Start the timing thread. Said this dot get. Why does that sound cursed? Because this is like a raw pointer, right? I don't know, I've just never heard of this dot get. Yeah, because I think for this one, I haven't worked with writing threads in a long time. What do you add again? You add the class that handles it along with the starting function. Yeah. Oh wait. Maybe you're. Do you use what is that thing? Because I know I've seen that before. It's like the this pointer refers to like a shared pointer, and there's like a way to like force your class to do that. I can't remember the name of that though. I think it's like shared from this.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
And then if you put this here, then your this will turn into like a shared pointer, and then you have to like get the get from it, and then you're using your dereference. I forget the name of that operator you're using, but yeah. Yeah, I think for mine it's just a straight up raw pointer in my case, so I think this should work. Start the timing thread. Yeah, I haven't seen that in forever. The share from this. Start the timing thread. And open the session at frame 0. I suppose this is obvious, but hey. I guess the main idea of this is just to set the starting frame for the session. Yeah. Use the current frame count. Maybe I should call it frame. I use frame and like update interchangeably. Maybe I should change it to frame to be consistent. I don't know. Put this one. Starting the session. It's not the... I'm going to clean up the session API in a second too, so I might change up these names, but... Session runtime, I guess? I don't know. Something like that. I think that's it. Wait, what about the on event? I think we're good here. I don't need a comment for that. It's fine. Okay, no, I think we're good. So these two, this is a mess, but I'll come back to it. I do need to sort these, but I'm gonna do it later once I clean up my messages enum. Yeah. But yeah, if anyone's in right now, thanks for coming by. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. I'm just kind of doing a refactor run right now, so not the most engaging stuff, but trying to get it done, you know? Trying to think of what... okay, let's see. Oh. Yeah, I'm like... how do I say? I think I'm like 60% done with the refactoring. I've got about, like, over here, about this much done. Right now, I guess I'm in the server, so just this last bit. And I think the most involved file is probably going to be the session, because that's what I'm trying to get working. All these unordered maps. Kind of killing me. But, yeah. Do I want to start from the top of this file? I don't know. Let's see what we got going here. Construct validation check data. Connection is server client. Construct random data for the client to transform and send back for validation. Oh yeah, that's how it works, because it provides... Yeah, this validation method needs to be changed. This is ridiculous, but It works in a basic sense right now, so. Recalculate the result for checking when the client responds. So why are we doing validation stuff directly in the constructor? That seems weird. We should probably move this somewhere else. TCP connection. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna turn this into a function. Recalculate the result for checking when the client responds. Yeah, I'm gonna make a function for this. I want to put it below this, I don't know. I guess, sure, whatever. Private goes here. And then this one will be public. I could either put it here or I could just put it at the bottom and say like internal section. Yeah. For now, I'm gonna just go ahead and keep it close to where it's being used, but yeah, I don't know. Void calculates validation. Naming things. Naming things. Yeah, sure. Validation data. Okay, let's put this right here. And then yeah, maybe later I'll handle this more explicitly instead of trying to do it in the constructor. It seems weird. So yeah, I might make this more of an explicit function later. Because one thing I do hate is like endless constructors that all construct random things, and then you can't follow the logic. But yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, I don't do anything here. Connect. Okay. I already commented this. I'll say start the UDP and initialize UDP information and kick off. That's the ADM. I don't want to say that. Start a validation process. It'll summarize that whole thing. Let's check here. Let's see. What in the hell are we doing here? Asio buffer validation of. Okay, so it's just a uint64 for that. Error occurred while attempting to write a validation. Okay, good. We're doing. We have all this information being printed. That's good. Closing the socket, yeah. Do I want to log this? Seems a bit unnecessary, but no, I'm not going to. I'll do it when I'm debugging. For error code. Okay, yeah. So we start the process and then we write out the validation, right? This is done asynchronously. Cheap viewers with stream. Oh my. It's always the same. Always the same message in the bots. I don't know. If EC. Okay, I think I get it. So we're sending both of these out as like work jobs asynchronously, right? So we'll throw them out. Doesn't really matter exactly when they get read back in, whatever. But we'll run through, do this stuff, exit out, and then we'll process the validation as needed. I believe that the client keeps this like in sync, I guess, or how do I say? Like the server just waits for this to happen at some point. I believe there is a timeout for this that ASIO catches. Or I mean, if it times out, it'll just yell at me right here saying, "Hey, something happened," right? But yeah, I guess the main idea is you write out the validation, and then supposedly you read it back at some point, and then we'll check if the provided output matches what we wrote initially. And if that's all true, we say, yep, validation was successful, sure. We're not really handling on-client validated at the moment. Oh, hey, there's the shard from this. Hey. And then read message header async. Let's see. Yeah, so we just start reading message headers from this particular connection and go about our day. So that seems fine. Let me add some comments real quick. Connection. Simply close the connection if we could not provide the validation question to the client. Validation message to the clients. Check back again. I'll read that later. Dang. That bot got a very big model. Holy crap. Let me go look at my streamer avatars real quick. You know what? I'm gonna see it for a bot. That is a crazy avatar, though. Holy crap. Alright. So simply close the connection if we cannot provide the validation message to the client. Yep. Write a validation message to the client. The client should respond with appropriately transform. I usually don't comment this intently or intensely, but networking code confuses the hell out of me. So. Confuses the hell out of me. Should respond with an appropriately transformed message to complete validation. Here we go. So I want to have a lot of messages, so I'm like, okay, I get it. Handle validating the message. The client message and ensuring the server and client know the same secrets, I guess. Yeah, this is called disconnect, which let's see what that does. It'll open, you're gonna open. Send, receive, organization can be canceled. Okay. Close the TCP socket and wait for a response. Wake up the network thread to handle the response, because it has to handle it asynchronously, right? Post a blocking request to close the connection. Just so that's very clear what we're doing here. Error. While validation. Reading validation. Success. Yes. Handle situation where client is validated successfully. Wait, no, just say check if client validation is successful. Close the connection if validation fails. Okay, that's pretty clear. It looks like I'm taking a break for a second, so I'll be right back. But yeah, I think we're getting through it. Disconnect. Yeah, okay, we'll go and we'll get into it. All right, I will be right back. Ooh, okay. I am back. Okay. Would the post fail? Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Add message to incoming message queue. So, yeah, we just have M message, right? And then we add it to the message queue. We open up the network thread so we can handle the message. And then we just prime some more work for this particular connection, right? Yeah, that's about it. Okay. I guess I can be more explicit about it. So add the message to the queue. And I'll say wake up the network thread to handle the message. And then prime the TCP connection to handle more messages. Async. Yeah, there we go. This pushback, right, that I wrote. I don't know. It just... And then it doesn't even push back, it in places back. That's funny. Okay, I think we're good here. Obtain the network thread as a lock. Wake up the conditional variable. Wake up the thread. Wake up the thread if it's sleeping. This also is a potential error, so I got to come back and think about this, because like here's the situation, right? Like if the thread is currently asleep, then this is fine, right? Because it wakes up the thread and then handles the message, you know. So that's intended, right? There is a case though where the thread could already be awake, and in that case there is a chance it could be in a location inside the stack frame where it's about to go back to sleep, right? And it's not checking any more messages. And if it reaches that point, then it's just going to go back to sleep and not care. I don't know if notify one will wake up the thread, even though it's not asleep yet, or like it'll like cache it, and then I don't think it does that. Or maybe, let me check actually. I don't know. And I'm sure the only reason why I haven't really had an issue with that before is because I have messages running so often that it'll get caught up anyways. But yeah, that's still kind of scary. Conditional variable notify one. And what does this do? Oh, the atomic, or wait, yeah. Are waiting on this calls notify one unblocks one of the waiting threads. Yeah. Yeah, I think that error I'm thinking of is actually valid, so I might want to check on that later. Again, it's not too much of an issue right now because it usually just gets handled either way, but still. That's kind of scary. I guess the way I would handle that is probably just like a boolean somewhere or something. But I'll see. add. Okay, cool. So now we're doing the right. What is this one? UDP connection. Take a look at that in a second. Okay, write a validation message that responds. Wait, what? Write a validation message. Oh no, we just did this. No, we're good. Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah, interesting we call this here. Alright, this is the final bit. Cool. So let's take a look. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything either. Add to the message queue. This one is much more involved, isn't it? I'm just like, I know this is garbage. You know? If it does not contain it. Yeah, what am I doing here? What? Okay, I'm gonna ignore all this for a second. Yeah, because the end message cache, that one is just a message that doesn't really matter. Wake up the network thread so you handle the message. Prime the UDP context to accept more messages. Yeah, it just does what it has to do, I suppose. I should take another look at some of this stuff too to make sure it's good. I might add some asserts or something. I can see an error getting slipped in there pretty easy. Any other way to make this work currently? Okay, yeah, what is going on here? M IP address to connection contains M current endpoint. So if it doesn't contain the endpoint, this could be a really big performance thing. We're doing this check every single time, but I don't know. Because we're doing this every time a message comes in. It's a bit excessive, isn't it? So if endpoint address is equal to current endpoint address, I actually think this might be an assert, because that's... No, I guess it's a warn, I don't know. I could see this being an issue, I guess. Like a runtime error. And then what are we doing here? Set UDP remote receive endpoint to M current endpoint. Send endpoint to M current endpoint. Erase found endpoint. Yeah, we erase the original endpoint and then insert. Okay. Replace the old UDP endpoint with the newly found. I feel like this really shouldn't be here, but I guess since we're dealing with the M IP address to connections, then I guess this belongs here. Yeah, I don't love this. I gotta clean this up at some point, but I mean, it does the thing now, so I'll leave it alone. I was just having so much issues with UDP before that I think I had to do this at some point. Okay, good thing I put it to do here. I'll come back to this. I don't even want to encourage this, to be honest, so I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay, what's going on here? Disconnect. If it contains key. Oh yeah, if it doesn't contain, yeah. Okay, that's about it there. All right, I think that's it. Let me take one more look through this file. And yeah, I think we're good after that. Yep. Did I look through this? What is all this? Server. Oh, okay, so here's where we're doing this. Interesting. Also, we're not doing much of... Okay, yeah, here, okay. Gotta fix some stuff here. I don't know why I'm not... Why am I doing this in the constructor? Probably because we need an ASIO context to be created. In order to even instantiate this, because we're using a reference for some reason. Which I don't know why. Should probably just use a pointer. Okay, well... Create the UDP server. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break. I think I've been on for, what, 2 hours? So, I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break. So, BRB. Okay. I am back. Let us continue with the refactor. Refactor tractor. So what was it doing with this? I feel like this shouldn't be here. I'm tempted to move it, but I feel like it might not be a good idea to move it. I don't know. Okay, well, let me add some better error handling first, and we'll go from there. The first thing is, let me go find where I do a similar error. I think I did this before, earlier. Error code. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let's go back. Okay. And I believe these throw exceptions. Yeah, they do. So let's go ahead and put this right here. And then we'll say right here, we'll do std error code. Oh no, not std error code. It's ASIO error code. Okay. Okay, and then what is going on here? I guess we just return. Yeah, and the thing is that too, this is a constructor, so we're kind of just assuming that this is all gonna work when it definitely could not work. So yeah, that's not good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, what is going on here? We have server UDP socket. Local, okay, so we'll say fail to create UDP socket. There you go, just return. And yeah, we'll just have no server. I'm sure that'll throw an error or something. Where else do we do something? Wait, this is a no except, so that's good. Does this throw except? This one doesn't specify. That's kind of scary. Endpoint EC. ASIO. Oh. Okay. Good. Where else? Address. Is this? This is no except as well. No except. Yep. This throws an error. And so does this, I think. Yeah, both of these do. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this real quick. Handle UDP socket errors. We'll toss one. Resolution errors. Fail to resolve. Local endpoint. Local server endpoint. And throw the error and return. Okay, cool. Okay, so that should handle those three. These don't throw exceptions, so we should be fine. This will just check here and be like, hey, there's no... Should this be an assert, though? Yeah, I guess so. I guess I can make a main assert, sure. But again, I don't think this should be in the constructor. It's kind of weird being here. So I might make a function, but where is this being called? Let me see. Oh yeah, I have to bring my webcam down. Let's get the light going. There we go. This is just getting every single server thing, of course. What about, yeah, these ones. It just gets the active server is equal to, so I think this is the only place where we create a server. And this starts the server. So sure. Okay, I'm gonna leave this alone for now. Because I have a weird feeling if I try and fix it, I'm gonna break something somewhere. So I'll leave it alone. Should I leave it alone? I don't know. Let me see. What do these constructors do anyways? So this overloads a constructor, which gets called for the... Does the parent class call something? Let me see. Oh no, the server doesn't implement anything. Okay. So the only thing I really have to worry about is the TCP acceptor, which I load up with all of this information. Sure. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me make sure this still runs right now, and then we're gonna go ahead and clean this up. I guess I'll make a function that basically what this does is it just resolves the localhost for the server, the local like TCP socket, and then it just generates the basic endpoints for the UDP connection, and that's about it. And yeah, it just generates the UDP server. That's kind of the main thing. And this acceptor, that's kind of like an important thing too. So I can do that separately as a function. I don't need to do this in the constructor. Because yeah, I think having it in the constructor is kind of hiding some of the code. Yeah, because in the client, we don't do this. We have an explicit connect function. And I like that better. Let's see what else I'm going to be doing after this. This is going to need some real cleaning. I might come back to this though and just worry about... Might do this first. Clean this up. And then I'll come back and deal with the sessions last. Because this one's going to need some real thinking to clean up. Okay, and the session is only available on the server side. So that simplifies a few things. What's up with this? Why are we sending this message like this? Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like how we're sending messages like this. Oh yeah, we'll go through this and clean this up. I gotta figure out how to recommend other channels on the Twitch. I think I'll do that later. I think I have a few people I want to recommend. Okay. Yeah, this is just a random thought popped in my head. I saw someone had that earlier, so. Seems fine though. I mean, I was really just checking for a compiler error, so it seems fine. Let's go back to where I was at. Okay, so yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make an explicit function that takes in these things, and then I guess the basic reason we're doing all this again is just to create the TCP acceptor and to create the UDP server. So I'm trying to think of what I want to name this function. Well, we already have a start server that returns a boolean. So I could just chuck everything in here and just add them as helper functions. I just might do that. Okay, gotta be careful. But yeah, okay. The first thing I think, let me translate this into like not have it be initializer list. Let's go ahead and bring it down. What is this? IP acceptor. Okay, so ASIO IP TCP acceptor. ASIO IP TCP. Wait, no, I could just. I mean, could I just do this? Yeah, there you go. What's wrong with it? We're expecting a closing brace where? Oh yeah, because yeah, it's not gonna work. No, I gotta do the first thing. So it's gonna be an ASIO IP TCP acceptor, and then we'll just wrap this with this, and there you go. Or I guess not. What was wrong with it? Wait, actually, hold on. I think maybe I'm assigning multiple things or something. Maybe that's why it's broken. Let's see. Oh, we're missing one of these. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we want all this. Okay, there we go. What is wrong with this now? No default constructor exists for class ASIO Basic socket acceptor? Oh, is it a reference that way? Hold on. Oh, it needs to... Okay, sure, yeah. Yeah, okay. So maybe it really does need to do that. No default constructor for that. Huh. Okay, so maybe all of this I can just yoink out. There we go. And then let's find where we call this. Oh, wait, no. That does not. I don't care. Let's do number 4 is local. Spaces for here. And we'll go ahead and break this up into functions in a second. But yeah, it needs an is local. And that's about it. So the start server is going to take in a bool is local. Okay. My message scared the hell out of me. Okay, is local by default is false, yeah. Okay, we'll get rid of this. And there you go. Cool. Alright, I believe there should just be one error. And it is the is local, so we'll take this and put it over here. And everything else should just be good, right? Okay, now let's break this up into functions. So yeah, it seems like the main point of all this, because we're just grabbing the endpoints and we're just building up the UDP service or server or whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to make that as a helper function. I'll call it maybe bool UDP server. I don't know if it needs any. Oh well, bool is local. I think it needs that, and that's about it. And then just return whether it was successful or not. Okay. And then head over here, and then we're going to yoink all this. And then start UDP server is local. Okay, now we want to return false like these. And then the last bit is going to be return true. Okay, yep, return false, because again, I want to be able to handle these error codes properly. So yep, return false, return true, and then we can just go ahead and handle that. Cool. Let's head back to the start server. Start the UDP server. I mean, it's in the name. And then I'll say if not, where did I go? If not this, then return false. And we'll say KG warn failed to start server. UDP service failed to start. And of course the actual error should pop up in here. So yeah. All right. Okay, I feel a lot better about that. So now when you create the server, again, I just don't like having a bunch of things in the constructor for these types of classes. Certain other classes that kind of work in a different way, or how do I say? I don't know. I see certain other classes working where like all of its data is local, and you basically initialize it, you use it, and you throw it away. Those type of ones, I'm kind of fine with just having like a basic constructor and it does some startup stuff and whatnot. But for bigger classes like this that have a lot of moving parts, I'd like everything to be more explicit, so I don't have to start searching through constructors everywhere to figure things out. But that's just me, so. Yeah, I like it when because that happened to me earlier too. I was, wherever we start the server, yeah, the init, I didn't even consider that the construction of this object would run a bunch of code. I was just like, wait, start server. And I just immediately assumed that this was the starting point and we didn't do anything else. So yeah, it's good we do this. Where did I put this other one? Okay, let's keep walking through all this. Where am I? Oh, my little reminder told me it's time to stop. But I think for this stream, I'm actually going to stream for at least 4 hours, maybe 5. We'll see. I want to do a little longer streams since I'm only streaming once a week nowadays. Okay, this looks fine. Just like basic messages and whatnot. I don't see a problem with any of these. Yeah, they just send there, yeah. A lot of code, but it's pretty simple. Yeah, this is the UDP thing. Yeah, we're good on here. Session clock, yeah. Yep, now you went through all this. Nothing in here, yep. Yep. Okay, I think the server file is done. And that's good too, because I think that was one of the more complicated ones. The server is about 1,000 lines of code, I think. I think the client is like a little bit longer. Yeah, it's about like almost 1,200, about 1,100 lines of code. So those are the more complicated parts. The rest of this, so basically from here to here is done now. Gotta start working on from here to here. And the session code is, I believe it's only like 300 lines of code. Yeah, 300 something. The TCP connection, I think is the same thing. Yeah, it's even less, it's like 150 lines. And the UDP, I think is a little bit more complicated because I have to write some of the stuff by hand here, but not by much. It's pretty simple. So the plan is I'm gonna go through these last 4 really quick and just knock them out. It should be pretty simple. I think most of the, how do I say? Most of the concepts on how this is put together it's already, I'm not gonna change it very much. I'm just gonna add some comments and call it a day. I might add some asserts here and there, but that's probably about it. But the session, yeah, again, it's like 300 lines of code. This is a little bit more complicated because this is what I plan on refactoring. So I got to be a little bit more, how do I say? A little bit more stringent, I guess is the word. About what I'm going to clean up and whatnot. So, and yeah, I don't want to get into this yet. So let's go ahead and look at the TCP connection, see what's going on. It seems pretty simple. yeah, this is just the message cache for. We always store the network reference to the network context here because we need to use it a lot. This is the unique socket associated with this TCP connection. This connection holds all messages to be sent to the remote side of the connection. Yeah, so this is the message queue that's supposed to be sent out. We have all of the UDP endpoints. These are cached so that they can be referenced because it's kind of weird. Yes, like why is the UDP stuff in the TCP? We need to cache it at the creation so that we can transfer it to the UDP. I might come back and change this, but I think that was just like a limitation of how it was set up, or how like the networking thing works. So, but anyways, yeah, we have the message cache. We just load in a message into this cache, and then we pull from this cache when we're like processing it, I suppose. So it's just kind of like a holding place for operations. And yeah, it's just the validation output input. Should probably put this into its own struct and handle it on its own. I might do that actually. Yeah, and the rest of this is just yeah, this is basically just dealing with a networking thread, but from the context of the connection, so we don't have to reach out to the server or anything. This can just do it on its own. And I believe it, yeah, it just obtains the lock and does whatever it has to do, right? Yep, and just a lot of async functions, right? Just things that get called asynchronously for like sending and receiving messages. And this is just basically the actual implementation, the ASIO implementation of reading and writing messages. And I don't know if I really should be doing a send TCP message from here. This seems wrong. Well, no, I guess this is fine. Never mind. Yeah. And yeah, this is just that UDP thing. Again, I might move this out. This seems kind of weird here. Client server specific functionality. Oh yeah, just based on if, yeah, based on the overload, right? And yeah, this is just handling the validation token. Yep. Okay, so I don't think I need to mess with the header file at all. It's actually pretty clear what's going on here. Let's just look to the implementation, see what we can comment through. Obtain the network thread lock. Wake up the thread. Oh no. Allow the thread to sleep here until the condition null variable is woken. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, send TCP message. This is like a blocking thing, so message invoke an asynchronous function to send the message in pieces. Yeah. And this one's interesting because it says write message header. But this actually writes the header and the body. It just does it in parts. So I guess that's a bit, maybe that's a bit unclear. I don't know. We don't get an error for this thing, right? Because this is happening like right now. There's no async error code or anything. Let's see. ensure a message can be written out to the remote endpoint, and then an outgoing pushback message. Oh no, this is writing. Okay, wait, no, hold on. I think I'm misinterpreting that. So this is just checking if we already have something in the message queue. Then we go ahead and push back the message into the queue, this new message. And then, yeah, if we're not already writing a message, we're gonna go ahead and write it. I don't know if any of this needs to be atomic or anything. I guess it seems like it works fine. I think this is atomic. Yeah, this queue is atomic. Yeah, because we're acquiring a lock. So no, that's fine. So start writing messages if we are not already. Add the new message to the outgoing queue and check if the queue is already writing messages. So yeah, check if the queue is already writing messages, add the new message to the queue, and then we just start writing messages if the queue is not already writing. But if it is already writing, then we just skip, because this function will automatically just keep clearing out the queue. And if you see the actual function, you can kind of see that. So here we can see that it, we handle the error first. I guess we'll go ahead and comment that. So handle a failure to write. To the outgoing, to the remote endpoint. Disconnect from the remote client or remote endpoint. I don't want to say client or server because this connection is agnostic to that concept. And then here, let's see, outgoing message queue, get front payload size. Okay, so this is just saying, do we have a message process? I think. Wait, no, hold on. No, it's not asking that. Message queue dot get front and payload size is greater than 0. If it's not greater than 0, up front. Oh, okay, so oh, that's interesting. What's going on here? Oh wait, no, I get what's happening. Yeah. Okay. So this is the post writing the message header out, like outgoing, right? So the cases that would happen with this, right, is either there's a failure, right, and then we just disconnect. The other case is that we get the current message queue's front message, right, and then we say, okay, does it have a payload? Oh, it does have a payload. Let's go ahead and write that payload. If we don't have a payload to write, which can happen, then we're just gonna like pop that one off, like we're done with that one. Doesn't need to be in the queue anymore. And then we're just gonna move on to the next file to write, right? And then if there's nothing else to write in the queue, we're just gonna exit out and we're good. And then this one we'll call, I believe, the header. Yeah, write header if like we still have more to work on. So let's go ahead and comment this a little bit. Check if a payload needs to be written. Remove the, I'll say the message has, I'll say this, since there is no payload, the message has been sent. And I'll say here, remove the message from the queue since it has been processed. Okay, here. And then here is decide to continue. If continue, if we should continue writing messages. That's about it. And then here we'll say provided payload is too big. And I'll say might be an attack. It could be, I don't know. So you just go ahead and disconnect and let it go. Otherwise, I mean, there's a good chance it could not be. There's tons of ways that can happen. But yeah, if we're just getting, for now, if there's a payload that's just way too big, we're just gonna default kick it out. Because yeah, I guess there's two scenarios. There's one where someone's just sending malformed packets, which really shouldn't be happening from a client. Or I mean, yeah, like that. Yeah, that should not be happening. The other one is maybe I wrote something incorrectly inside of the like game logic that's sending out data that's too big. In that case, that's just my fault. I gotta figure something out. So, but yeah, I should be getting kicked out if we're sending things above the max buffer size. And the max buffer is pretty big, so I can probably just chunk things as needed. And then let's see. Continue to writing out the payload. All right, then here, I mean, this just calls this again, I believe, right? This one, handle the failure to write the payload. I should put a comment on top of here saying like, this function is called once the write operation is complete. Maybe it's just something good to know. Disconnect from remote endpoints upon failure. And then we'll say since the payload of the message has been processed, remove the last message. Remove the process message. And then here we'll say decide if more messages should be processed. And that's it. Pretty easy. This lambda is called upon completion of a write operation. Might be good to know, I suppose. Alright. Those are big parts of this code anyway, so we're getting pretty far with it. What is this? Oh, this is read. Right, yeah, I gotta get through that. There's always a write and a read. That makes sense. I think we're good over here. We just need to finish these two. Okay, let's do this. This one's pretty easy. Generate validation token. Sure. What in the is going on? Input. I should be more clear about what's going on here. Let me go find where I call this, because I'm a bit confused. Yeah, who's calling this? Calling this in two places, huh? Yeah, validation input just seems vague, doesn't it? Okay. So I'll say transform the inputs using bit operations with the provided secrets. Outputs the transformed data. Sure, I guess. Yeah, I suppose it's fine. Okay, so I think it's just these last two and then I'm done. So here, lambda is called on completion of a read operation. And I'll just paste this over here. Again, just in case it's unclear, I don't know. Handle the case where the read operation fails. And then what's going on here? M message cache, M header, payload size is greater than 0. Oh, yeah. Decide if a payload needs to be processed. Close the connection when the payload size exceeds buffer. Yep. And then here we do, I mean, right here we're already sort of, what is the word? Dedicated to dealing with a payload. So I'll put a comment here too saying needs to be processed. And then I'll say here message cache m payload data dot resize. Yeah, it's just resizing the message cache based on the header's understood payload size, right? Oh yeah, this could use some asserts actually. I can already see some errors happening there. But expand the message size to match the payload. Retrieve the payload using another read operation. Handle storing the message. The incoming message. Okay. And then here, okay, well that's handled by either the server or the client, however they want to implement that, right? So this is an overloaded function, so that's fine. Based on server/clients. Okay, and then here, pretty simple. Handle the case a read operation fails. Yep. And then we'll just say move the payload into, oh no, move, well, okay, just is this thing. I do want to add an extra comment right here because this does something a bit implicitly. This async read operation stores the received data directly into the message cache. There we go. So at this point, like once we're calling this upon completion, the data should already be inside of the message cache, so we don't need to think about that. Yeah, we don't need any of this information. We just move on, right? I mean, I guess maybe we could do an assert and say that. Would that be an assert? Actually, that might just be. Would it be an assert? I don't know. We'll leave it alone for now. All right, I think we're done with this though. All of this stuff is nice and commented. I think I understand it for the most part. Actually, this bit is probably the most simple part. UDP is a bit more complicated. We use 1 kilobyte, huh? Yeah, and then I usually have the TCP takes up more memory because I usually send more data in one like reliable bit. But in the UDP, I just send a lot of data, like small data, over and over. Let's see. Okay. At least for the most part, the read and write for UDP is just like one big operation. So that's cool. Yeah, we just keep grabbing data. That's cool. Okay. Might have to come back and really look at that, but that's fine. Resize, so whenever we create the UDP connection, we automatically resize these buffers based on the max size. Okay, sure. Is it wise to store this as a vector? I don't think it matters right now. I'll come back and worry about that if that's a problem. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Dang. I've been standing for a few hours. Go and stretch my legs. Okay, we're almost done refactoring. I'm pretty happy with that. Session's gonna be interesting to refactor though. I'm not even really refactoring too much though. I'm mostly just adding comments. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break though. Why did I not implement this? Okay, wait, why did I not implement this? Network thread sleep. Network thread sleep? Did I call this anywhere? That's so weird. It's just not implemented. Why? Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and make it sleep then. Just weird that it doesn't. Yeah, I think before I had like a bigger, like overarching connection that UDP and TCP shared, but I just found that it was making the like OOP hierarchy too complicated. I'd rather stop at one layer of abstraction. I think we're good there though. Let's see. Obtain the network threads lock, okay, and then allow the. Let's just go over here, copy it. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I could probably... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go here. I meant this one. I could probably, how do I say, add some functions to the network context where you can, like maybe you can add a function here where you can sleep the thread instead of double implementing it here. Actually, you know, maybe I should just do that. I think I will just do that instead of doing this here, because it does the exact same thing. I just have duplicate code for no reason. Yeah, actually, yeah. I should just do that. I'm wondering if I want to put that right here as a function. Yeah, sure. I don't like putting too many functions in my structs, I like keeping them as data. Okay, whatever. What is it called again? What is this? Yeah, I'll say network thread sleep and network thread wake up. And we'll just do void and then void. Okay, and let's go ahead and implement it somewhere. I think this one's a pretty solid refactor. Let's go ahead and find a thing here. Then we'll say manage network thread. And then we'll say here fields. Okay. Let's go here and just yoink these. I'll just copy both of them. Why not? Network common. Okay. Putting this right here. This goes right here. Sleep. Just do this and this. There we go. And this one goes here. Get rid of that. Don't need to do any of this. And there you go. So now, all we have to do is come back over here. And we can just get rid of this function. Entirely. So these are gone now. Did we not even call it somewhere, or what's going on? Wait, we don't even call it? Are you kidding me? Maybe I call it externally. That could be the case. Yeah. Oh, there's my little message thing going on. It's pretty quiet today for the stream. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do like chatting, but it's pretty quiet, so it's kind of chill today. I guess not much is going on. Ooh, this music's making me sleepy too. Okay, I'm pretty sure I probably threw some errors doing this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so let's not do that anymore. And we're gonna go into the server. I think I have a section where I do this. Yeah, we don't need to keep doing this anymore. And go to the client, and we can stop doing this here as well. Yeah, that's so much better. So now we can go here and watch all the errors pop up. That's fine. Okay, so now we're going to say mnet network thread wake up. There we go. I'm just going to go through and go ahead and replace all those. So network. I guess that's how this works, right? So pointer network thread wake up. Let's make sure I don't call the wrong function. I feel like I'm going to do that. Yeah, most of these are just wake up. Okay. Let's go ahead and copy that. We'll go down. Network thread wake up. So actually, yeah, network thread wake up. All right. Okay, context dot wake up. Okay. Yeah, and it's more consistent everywhere too. That's much better. Okay, yep, these are no longer a thing. Yep, here we go. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay. Network context dot network thread wake up, I think. Yep. That looks right here. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good choice, I think. Puts it in one place. I don't know why I was... Well, that was probably a holdover from the way it was previously. Oh yeah, I haven't deleted the thing over here. Where is it? Where is it? What? Where? Wait, where is it? Network thread. Oh, I don't define it here. Oh, okay. It was just taking a second to catch up. I was like, wait, what? I could have swore I... Okay, here we go. Network context pointer. This one's a wake up. There we go. All right. Network context pointer. This is a wake up. Cool. Network context pointer. Wake up. Alright, network context. Wake up. Okay, there we go. Let's check the rest of these. Put the session. Yeah, I don't think I'm bothering here to do that type of thing. Yeah, interesting. Okay, these can be removed. Do I really not use these though? I must use them inside of the server or the other context. That's why, yeah, it doesn't directly get used here though. Okay. I think that was a good refactor. Because yeah, that one clearly just needed to be cleaned up. Alright. Okay. Stretch my legs. Alright, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna use the restroom, so I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's go ahead and finish up this UDP connection thing. And then we'll just finish up sessions and we should be done refactoring. Yeah, I'm hoping by the end of this stream I can clearly define what are the things I need to go ahead and finish up dealing with networking. I'll have like a full scope of how this whole thing works. So let's see. Initialize the read/write buffers. Async read/write buffers. Okay. Maybe this should be its own function, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'll say private void initialize async I can't think of a good name for that, but I suppose that's descriptive. I don't know. Why is it so hard to find? So many functions to find. Yeah. Alright, so send UDP message. Right, this just sends like a post. This one is synchronous, so it'll try to do all this and exit out, and then the async will just finish up the job whenever it feels like it. So let's see. What did I do? I did a similar thing in TCP connection, didn't I? Yeah. Let's take this out. Very, very similar. Where is UDP connection? Yep, so check if the queue is already writing messages. Yep. Add new message to the outgoing queue. And then, yeah, just start writing messages if we are not already. And let me just copy this one over, I guess. It's literally the same thing. Okay. Save that. MCHAO. Thanks for stopping by. Meow to you too. I'm just doing some refactoring, so just on the refactor tractor at the moment. Almost done. Almost done. Getting through it. Let's see. Okay, a lot of stuff going on here. The local endpoints are this. I mean, I can see this in my Git history if I need to. Go ahead and close that. Okay, let's comment through this whole thing. So the payload size is, this is write and this is the read operation. The read async just jumps it off with reading, and I think the reading just continues circularly over and over again, right? As we read and read more messages until we reach like an error state or something weird happens. Okay, I'll start with this one, I guess. So asynchronous lambda is handled by the active ASIO thread to read a message. Okay, good point, me. Check if an error present. My grammar. Check if an error is present in the ASIO context. Yeah. We write out the message. Why don't we disconnect? That's interesting. Maybe I'll put a to-do here. To-do. Why? But I guess lowercase y. I'll say check if error occurred after attempting a read operation. This lambda is called upon completion of the function, of the read operation. There we go. Make sure the CRC and header can be read. packet might have been broken apart. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Maybe I'll say CRC the validation hash. Load in message header from buffer. Does the mem copy, does that, it returns a void pointer? The cdecal. Well, sure. Get payload size. Yeah. Calculate cyclic redundancy check and compare with received value. That's fair. If CRC fails, move on. Yep. Happens. It does happen. Yeah. Fair. If CRC and header, I mean, maybe I should be alerted if this happens, or maybe I could. Okay, I'll say to do could be a good thing to log. Yeah, I might want to know how many CRC checks fail on the UDP side. Yeah, if it's too big, remove the connection. That's a fair point. Load in payload. It's a okay, yeah, and then store the message to based on derived class server/clients. Okay. And then I believe, depending on this one, it calls the thing and then continues with the read async, right? Add a message to network context incoming queue alert to wake up thread and read asynchronously. Continue reading messages. I feel like this shouldn't handle this. Right? Like, maybe we should just call this and then this part is handled inside of here. I think that would make more sense. I don't know if I want to mess with that right now, because I think if I change that here, I won't immediately know everywhere else where there might be side effects, so I'll just leave it alone. Maybe I should just move it. I don't know. It does the same thing, right? Okay, I don't know. Let's leave it alone for now. Well, actually, those are the only two overloads of that, huh? Yeah, to be fair, right? Like, we could just get rid of this entirely. And then go to the other one, the server one. And yeah, we'll just go ahead and do that. And then just prime it with more stuff to do, right? And then what do we do with the TCP? Is it the same thing? Add message. Yeah, here. So let's remove this from this. You can put it right here. Yeah, because we're not doing any checks or anything. We're just always calling this, so why? Yeah, I don't know why I abstracted that out. Yeah, that makes more sense. We just handle storing it, and then After that, the connection handles its own life cycle. You don't mess with it here. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, now the only other thing is, let me figure out where do I call this? Because I might call it in more places than just this. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think I see some examples. Okay, it's called here and here. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. That could have been an error. So. Okay, on the TCP side, we have this one, and then we have... Okay, well, we do... Whoa, wait a second. That's interesting. Huh. I guess I had already been doing it, so I was doing it twice for some reason. That is weird. Well, good thing I picked that up. Okay. Yeah, I think that was good. Okay, back to UDP. We are going to finish this. So yeah, I mean, this is already pretty good. I think I commented this stuff pretty well previously. Yeah, I'll just say here. Maybe add some stuff. Like this line is called upon completion of the write operation. So yeah, over here. Okay. Handle the case where the write operation fails. And then close the UDP connection. Or I think actually this closes the TCP connection. Yeah. And then this one. Let's see, does unreferenced parameter do what I think it does? I mean, if what you think it does is nothing, then yeah. I mean, I don't know, this is some macro stuff. But I think the other... What is it? What's the other way people usually deal with this type of thing? They usually just comment out the name, right? Yeah, exactly. They just comment out the name and then it's gone. But I don't know. I think I spent a little bit of time thinking about that, and I prefer it being like annoyingly sitting there. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess that's just like a personal preference. But yeah, I think I remember I was dealing with like, is it called a wall? I don't know, the W4 errors on the compiler, and I was like, which one do I do? I don't know. But yeah. And I think what you're saying is more popular. I see more people doing that, so. Let's see. Oh yeah, hey, welcome. Thanks for coming by the stream. Pretty boring right now. I'm just refactoring, so just on the refactor tractor, if you know what I mean. At the moment, I'm just dealing with like networking code. I'm almost done. Basically, I've already completed from here to here, and I'm finishing up these files, so I just have session left. And And then after that, I'm going to figure out what else to do. Yeah, I mean, it's satisfying, right? When it comes together. just gotta hate when you're refactoring and you throw in new bugs, right? So I'm kind of hoping I don't do that, but my brain's a little tired, so might just throw in a bug for fun, right? Let's see. Isn't the TCP/UDP connection not too much? Well, before I used to have like a general parent class above those. I used to have like a connection, and then it would like parent to TCP, UDP, and that would parent down to like the actual server connection. I don't know. How do I say? I do definitely need UDP for sure. And TCP is very nice for making sure that like certain signals get through. But I do know that there are a lot of, how do I say, network implementations that just use UDP by itself, and they kind of write their own wrapper around it. But I'm lazy. I just like using TCP. It works. So. Them to just level stuff and build by composition. Oh yeah, okay. So you're saying just like build it out and then don't worry about the abstraction. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. I'm not going to argue that one. I think the original, because the way this was set up wasn't originally my code. I followed, what is his name? Someone came into the stream earlier and said, I don't know, this is like a SpongeBob thing. Don't mind my tabs. Let's see if I can find the YouTube I originally followed for this. Yeah, I even searched it earlier. Javid X9. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this guy. And then networking. Yeah, these ones. So my original implementation of this code was just following his like little series. I have removed a lot of the code from his original implementation. But so his approach is very like object oriented, right? He's really cool. He has a lot of good guides. I like it. But yeah, I've had to like clean up a lot of the code because I think the code that he was providing was more of like a general framework, and you're not really supposed to think about it. But for me, I wanted to, like, there's a lot of specifics I need to get into for mine, so I had to modify it a lot. I don't know if he has the code example in here. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there's the GitHub. Let's find the final one. The 1,000 lines of code. Yeah, and then he had the whole thing in like one big file too. And most of these are pretty simple, but you have like client interface, all these interfaces, server interface. What is it called? Yeah, and he was like implementing a lot of like things in here, right? And he was using a lot of shared pointers and stuff, which is fine, but I had to like clean a lot of it out. I might go back and I might use like more low-level sockets at some point, especially if I start needing the speed. But I mean, for now, it seems like it's fine. So I'm also network rework, trimming a lot of stuff and responsibilities, plus multiple incoming, outgoing queues to support packet priorities. Oh yeah, no, I feel the ingoing, outgoing queues, and like, I mean, that's literally what this is, right? Then main thread distributes packets via, yeah. I think my main, well, my stuff that's different from what you're doing. Like mine, I just have like an event system that the two threads interact with, right? And then just the ingoing, outgoing queues. I have that the same. otherwise it's different. But yeah, I'm almost done with this. I'm getting pretty close. Let's see. Oh yeah, well, I guess a lot of these abstractions were really meant for the server, you know, so that the server can identify each connection and then has like member functions for being like, okay, disconnect this connection or whatever. I think the next pain point that I'm dealing with for this is, I guess, like wrangling control over the operations of the server, because everything generally works. I just don't have a lot of hooks into it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about like little Indian and big Indian, right? I think ASIO like abstracts a lot of that for you. As far as like I think the clients and the what is it? Like the network barrier, like you just put it straight in. But I haven't tested it on like different machines with like different, what is it? How do I say? Like that use different like byte orders, I suppose, yeah. But I know the main issue usually is like the local device uses a certain byte order, and then the network usually uses like, was it little Indian or big Indian? I forget which one the network uses. But yeah, I don't have any like specific code. ASIO usually abstracts that part. That's where the event list comes in. You can just dump raw packets and whoever's interested grabs it. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay, network is B. Most SOS. Yeah, okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah. I think when I start really dealing with the issue, I think I'll really start dealing with it when I start having to make sure that the different clients that use different like sizings of the data is consistent, and I gotta worry about the what is it called? Like making sure that the structure of the structs and the data is consistent between the different clients, yeah. But I haven't had to deal with that just yet, so I'm mostly just dealing with like desktop applications, so with like assumed like x86 64, right? And I think once I'll keep the data in like a consistent like padding when I'm passing it, or when I create it from the engine. Yeah, I suppose there's a lot of considerations with that. Yeah, like on the network side, right? It should be good. Yeah. I'm just worried about like once the data like passes through everything and it reaches the other client, if one of the clients stores its data in a certain like order for its struct and the other one is like aligned differently because of the CPU, then you get issues, right? But that's not a network issue. That's just the data being in the different CPUs, right? Let's see if this compiles too. I'll see. Yeah, the UDP is like a whole thing, right? I had to add like a decent amount of like, I added this like CRC stuff for validation for it and making sure it stays together. Actually, I'm curious. How did you deal with like network address translation and things like that? I always have a headache dealing with that stuff. Mine's like a basic like server client architecture, so it's very like, you know, dedicated server oriented, right? I got it to work, but it feels so finicky. It's really annoying. Dealing with like especially trying to like what is the term for that? Like UDP like punch holing? Is that the term? Where like you're sending a bunch of UDP packets until they like start flowing through. Yeah, yeah, okay, nap punching, yeah, exactly. That's what I couldn't remember the name, but I kind of do that already. But again, it feels finicky. Like, I feel like I don't really have control over it. It's really annoying. Yeah, it's like very like implementation specific. Yeah, I know there's like a bunch of different ways to handle that, so that's always been like my biggest headache with this. I mean, it's like an RFC, right? I think I read the RFC at some point. Maybe I was just maybe it's like a skill issue or something. Let me see. Let's see. Is it RFC? I can't remember. I haven't looked at this in a long time. Or NAT traversal. And there's like, there's stun, and then there's, what was the other one? The one that like works on top of that too. There's like a bunch of ways you can do it. Oh yeah, there you go. Stun. Yeah. There's all the tools you can use. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want anything coming in that's like super malformed, right? Where like but I suppose that would be like maybe like a server-side validation type of thing you could do. So instead of validating the CRC, you could just check the, like, I don't know, if you have like a packet that's updating physics, you would check if it's realistic, right, on the server side. And I guess you could just figure that logic out yourself instead of doing a CRC. Or, I mean, ideally you would do both, but also, I guess it just depends on what's your CPU usage, what's like really an issue, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, you're saying there's multiple RFCs. Yeah, actually, do you know more I can catch up on that type of thing? I always just Google like an RFC. And read through it. I mean, I think I solved it for the most part, just on like my simple game, but I'm sure I'll be dealing with this later. I'm not sure if the packet that did not fragment can be malformed unless a rogue client. And then there is, like I said, this rogue client too. I mean, you got to worry about that if it's. But of course, you would add extra things to make sure that wouldn't happen. But networking is a very like adversarial thing, right? You got to be careful. Okay. Anyways, I'll try to see if this would work. It looks like it's good. I want to add more options for like, let me bring this out. Like here, right? Like I have a bunch of functions that you can like, or like scripts you could like bind into, right? So you can open up a script and then handle whenever like there is an update user count, but it's only one script. I guess there's like a bunch of ways you can go about this, but I don't have anything for the server side. So I want to add some things I can hook into, and maybe some dials and stuff that I can like mess around with to make sure the server is working exactly how you want to, if you have a particular project, right? So that is something I want to add soon. It's good it compiles though. I like all this networking talk. Networking. Okay, I think I'm almost done with this. Let me finish up with these comments. Oh, why? I gotta go through my to-dos at some point. It's a crazy to-do. let's see. What am I doing here? M outgoing messages queue. Get front. Oh, if they have that one. Let's see. I'm not networking expert, but if the authoritator server is done right, it should prevent any malformed packets. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I also think like defense in depth is always a good thing too. Like, always have like safety in layers too. But I get what you mean, right? Like, if that wasn't a possibility in the first place, then it wouldn't be an issue. Also not a security expert, I'm just but yeah. M outgoing messages queue, get front, M message, get entire message size. What is this? It gets the entire message size. Yeah, good point. Let's see. Okay, so what is happening here? Write message async. So I'm assuming we have, yeah, we get the front message from the buffer, right? So ensure the new message to write is within bounds. And the max buffer size. My chat's kind of getting, why is it scrolling weird? Okay, here we go. Let's see. We'll send proper packets anyway, so... Oh yeah, that, I mean, that wouldn't... Yeah. the rogue client would be... would be trying to break it within bounds. That's a good point. Although, I mean, there could be a rogue client that sends malformed packets just to break your thing. Instead of trying to exfiltrate, right? They could have different objectives. Let's see. Disconnect. Right. But I gotta worry about all this stuff, you know? I don't know. It's a little... But I guess that comes with the networking territory, right? Oh, yeah. I remember hearing about that one back then. Wait, it's Heartbleed, right? Or was it? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember the name of that. Was it Heartbleed? Vulnerability. It was in 2014, huh? Yeah, in the OpenSSL library is crazy. And I do want to add some functions from OpenSSL to do some encryption stuff, so yeah, that's just software, I guess. Disconnect the clients if disconnect the client if message is oversized. Let's see. Lower buffer after header. Load buffer after header. I guess I could put some asserts here. I don't know. Seems like it's fine. Fill the CRC, yep, with the provided value, and then okay. So this one, write out the entire UDP packet. Yeah, because I think for UDP it just writes the whole packet. TCP, I think I send it in parts. So it's a little different. The bug was so stupid, server would accept from the client the length of the packet. Yeah, that is kind of wild, yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, I can't judge. I feel like I would write something in like that. So I gotta start adding. I think once I finish my 2 games, like Pong or I think I'll go with 3 games actually. Where's my project board? Let me see. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to like work right now. Just basic. I mean, like I don't care if someone like breaks down like my Pong or Breakout game. It's fine. Or Snake or whatever. But I think once I finish these first few games and I kind of get some, games working with the engine, I will make a more like official release of the engine, and then with that I will add some documentation and I will take some of the testing more seriously. I already have some basic like tests that go on, but all they do is just check to make sure I didn't break the executables. That's about it. So I also need to have like a long think about how I want to go about that and what makes sense for the size of the project, I guess. Never trust any client. Yeah, true. But then you gotta start adding a lot of validation on the server to make sure everything's nice and kosher, and that can get pretty heavy. Well, I don't know. I don't know the whole thing. I'm just here with my little Pong clone, you know what I mean? But I feel it. Yeah, trusting the client with anything is, and actually, I mean, this current implementation just straight up trusts the client, so we'll get to some better server validation later. I think I've heard of that one. Do you have a link for that one? I'll take a look too. Let's see. That sounds familiar. GDC UDP. Let me just go to YouTube. Maybe it's Bungie, UDP, GDC talk. That's localization. And multi-threading the entire Destiny engine. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll like get into I don't know, I guess it'll just be like an as needed type of thing, right? Like if my implementation is really hurting the like runtime, then I'll take a look into it. And I guess that's the point of the games, right? Like I make a few small games, try to like test it out, and then start like adding some test cases, see how it handles things, and then go, okay, is this good enough for my current scope? Oh, you got it for sure. Let's see. It's for Halo Reach. It takes me back, man. Halo Reach. Let me see. Let me put in my BRB real quick. Oh, he talks about like NAT traversal too. That's cool. Send all network state as a single blob. Can't network everything, yeah. Yeah, let me I'm gonna say this one as a star. Yeah, engine links, there we go. prioritization, client host. Oh, and they're talking about like how they set up like specific parts of Halo Reach inside of the networking. That's cool. Like how like a specific game mechanic was kept stable over the network. That's cool. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at this later. Don't want to grab the what are they called? DMCA. What am I? Did my music stop? Bruh. Oh, there we go. Okay, real quick. So, M outgoing messages queue. Let me just finish up this function real quick. So we assumed at this point that the write operation completed, right? And then this just checked if there was an error in the write operation. M outgoing messages queue pop front. Okay, so just put a comment here, assuming the message has been written successfully, right? And right here we'll say remove the message that has already been processed. And determine if another message should be processed or something like that. I don't know. There we go. Okay, I think that was it for this. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Cool. It's a pretty simple little file, so. All right, time for the actual important bit, the session code. And don't mind my session code. This is a complete mess. I gotta. I'm here to like specifically clean this up. I think the first thing is I want to make sure that I'm sending messages from the server, not just from here. So what am I doing here? Let's see. We'll start from the top. Seems that you search for reliable ordering messages. Oh, okay. Let's see. We can put a BRB for this too. Reliable ordered messages. Let's see. Okay, it's an article. I got you. Gafferon Games. Hi, welcome to Building Game Network Protocol. So, how long is this one? Okay. This one doesn't seem too long. Many people will tell you that printing your own reliable messaging is foolish. But why limit ourselves to TCP? Which is reliable. Yeah, I mean, that's the main issue, right? Ordering and then making sure that the packets are correct. Is the library resends reliable packets until they are received on the other side. The option that usually ends up looking a bit like TCP Lite. Think of it is that messages are smaller bit-packed elements that realize themselves. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, because you still want to be able to move them fast. And especially if you're moving bigger pieces of data, and you still want that to be fast. This is to include all and just extending the system bounds number of messages. Great. You are sending the same message multiple times until you get an ACK for that. Okay. Is it 100 milliseconds? I'm just gonna skim through it because I think my brain is a little I don't know, like towards the end of the day, so it's a little I can't even think of the word. My brain's tired. There we go. That's what I meant to say. But let me save this though. I gotta add like a networking section for that. Sequence ACK bits. Let this ACK system. Thinking, of course, hash table. There's simpler one. One buffered. See packets. Act send time. So does this guy have oh cool. Yeah, and he has like a I've seen this. They use like you usually do like implementation over like a serialized function, and then that's how you serialize and deserialize that particular object. Ordering for an algorithm. Let's see. Send. Okay. So yeah, does this guy have like more? I might take a stronger look later. I don't think I'd be able to process it right now. Please check my new blog. Oh, what's this? Client server connection, reliable ordered messages, sending large blocks of data, fragmentation and reassembly, writing packets. Okay. Yeah, it takes you through the whole thing, doesn't it? Let's see, the sequence and local last for most things are a bit hard to wrap head around at first. Oh, okay, that's sure. Yeah, let me just save up this guy's website and I might take a read through it. He also has physics over network, but I may confuse the guy. Networked physics is not my priority right now. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I think my physics is fairly simple at the moment, so... But we'll need something better later. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at this later. Thanks for the link. If you can just avoid the like, fire fragments and reassembling packets. For sure. Well, I might just take a look and see which parts of it make sense for like what I'm trying to work on right now, I guess, or like which ones are applicable. But yeah, I might just peruse it a little bit and just see. Because yeah, I mean, getting that all to work and being fast would be desirable. Let's see. All right, so the session. Yeah, there's a lot of random code going on here. Yeah, one of the things too is I only have one session that can exist inside of the networked code, right? So I want to add multiple sessions. Honestly, this code just makes like a lot of assumptions. So I gotta figure that out. Okay. Well, first thing I can do here, let me take this and I'm going to go ahead and put it into its own, like, send function. So where do I want to do that? We're going to put that in the server. And we'll put this over here. The one thing is the server. Yeah, because we have like a singleton server thing. I know that's like an anti-pattern. I suppose it would be good to inject the server into the session so that it just has access to it instead of just relying on the singleton. But then again, you would only ever have one server, so I know that's tough for testing too. I don't know. Oh yeah, you don't have to build up and tear down like multiple TCP. And I think I've heard of that issue too, where like they start dealing with too many TCP connections, and like that really hurts like how many people can connect to the server at once. Does he talk about that like similar architecture on that website we were just on, like the event bus? Okay. Well, I'll still take a look at that website and just kind of use it as like a learning resource. Each packet contains session ID. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, I think it will need to, yeah. I haven't had to think about that before because I just had one session, but yeah, if I have multiple sessions, I'm going to need to add a session ID for each one. Okay. This is just a managed session in it. I'm going to stick with a singleton for now because, again, we're only ever going to have one server, right? The session, of course, we're going to have multiple sessions. But the idea is we'll get the server here. We'll just KG assert that we have a server. Or wait, actually, let's just grab it right here. Server service. Get active server. Right. Ref. It's a ref. I don't love the usage of shared pointers, but I will do like a memory management thing at some point with that. Server. Ref to a server. Active server. Okay. Then we'll just assert this for now. And then, yeah, we're going to go ahead and add a function for sending this message, right? So let's go back to the server real quick. But what do I want to call this? Let's say send session init message. I got to change the names that I use for the message types too. Currently, it's like this. I kind of just added it as needed, I suppose. But, yeah, I need to refactor this one. One thing I think I need to do too is make a distinction about which one originates from the server or which one originates from the client. Yeah, so this needs a refactor. It's going to dictate how the rest of the events are going to look as well. But I think we're just going to take in the connection and then This is just a notification message. This doesn't contain anything. It does not contain anything, so we can just pass on the connection. And that's it. We'll do active server. Let's see. uint32 for packet ID. U16 is an overkill. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel that. Yeah, it's currently a 32-bit. This one just came from the JavaX9 tutorial. But yeah, I might switch that later. But yeah, I always want to reduce the packet size. That's a fair point. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement this one. And again, once I clean up the enum, I'm going to organize this a bit better. So let's see. So it's just this one. All right, yeah, for uint32, yeah, 4 billion. Yep. 4 billion different packets. Imagine you needed the whole thing. Okay, so we're gonna take this bit. Receiving clients. Yep. Send the message. It doesn't need any payload or anything, so I'm not worried about any of that. Okay. And there we go. Send it reliably with TCP. Why instead of purpose-built methods not have one and pass struct with payload? Have one. Oh, well, I mean, these do like different things, right? Like, most of these are just a simple like message, but I have other ones that do like more like payload stuff and everything. But also I like just keeping it simple too, while I'm still kind of figuring it out, because I am going to kind of reorder this too. So I'm just kind of keeping it flexible and allowing like different types to be used. Yeah, like it's easier to read through, but yeah, it's unsustainable at some point. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I like to err on like making it readable first while I'm still figuring it out, and then once I kind of figure out like a clear pattern, I'll like abstract it. But yeah, I'm gonna tear this apart in a moment, so. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, again, it's just like struct, you already start adding sort of a layer of abstraction. You can't like do random things as needed, right? So I might go down that road later, but as of right now, I'm like, just keep it simple. Or again, coding for readability first, and then I can come back and clean it up type deal. Let's see. And wait, where is this one? Return. Okay, so send a creates a message that indicates. I want to make sure it's very explicit here, like what is the intention behind the message, so I remember later. Create a message that indicates the start of the session. and then later, I'll say it should receive a different packet after this. What is the server? Not the server, the session. What was the code that this existed inside of? Because here we do this, the session init. Okay, and I'll say expecting sync pings. Server expects sync pings. Pings. Soon. Let's see, message type should have a proper name if you need to know what exactly is happening. Message type. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, like I'm gonna, what is it? Work on these, like, because again, these ones right now, I'm gonna clean it up in a bit, yeah. These were just kind of born like as I created them, and in a bit I'm going to figure out exactly what's going to make sense in the architecture. But right now I'm just trying to make sure everything's consistent, and then like I'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, I get the idea, like coding by making sure the names and like the code itself should be like self-descriptive is like what you're saying, right? I get that. Yeah, it's just I'm not usually this stringent about like comments and trying to make sure that the I have like extended explanations, but the networking code confuses me, so I like being super explicit with this. But most of my other code isn't this heavily commented. Let's see. So session. Okay. So we want to go ahead and send all these messages. So we're going to do basically just this, right? Okay, and then we'll go ahead and get this done for this one. If the code becomes complicated, it sounds like there should be more composition layers. Using that approach when I implement my own memory management layer. No, I feel it, yeah. Like having more like objects composed of other objects, and then like each of those has its own responsibility, so that, yeah. Right, yeah. But again, I'm still kind of figuring out like the structure of it, so how do I say? Yeah. Okay, so let me see if I can get this one. Let's see. But I do feel the composition thing. Yeah. Let's see if I want to. Yeah, and I really need to get into proper memory management too. I have a lot of shared pointers, a lot of like heap fragmentation at this point. Because I originally went through, how do I say, like Cherno's. What is it? Cherno's game engine series. So that was like the framework for how I put together the engine in the first place. And yeah, I mean, he just kind of basically just put it together, right? I don't know if all the implementation ideas were the best, right? but it was just kind of like getting it in there, you know what I mean? But now that I'm like at points where I'm trying to, how do I say, have more control over my memory, it uses a lot of shared pointers. I feel like shared pointers have their place for like certain situations, but you kind of lose like a degree of freedom for your memory. Yeah, right. Or like what makes sense for the particular use case, right? Like what are you doing? So like what's the solution that makes sense for that, right? Don't try to like add like a blanket solution and assume it's going to work in every case. Yeah. Or like things where you know that it's a lifetime falls out and like you're okay with it. But if you need to be very stringent about the build up and tear down of that memory, then you might want to do something else, or just make it more simpler too if you want to have more control over the memory and make sure you know when you're doing like your deletes and your like creations. You just put it inside of like a, you know, like you said, like arena or whatever memory situation makes sense for that particular implementation, right? I like smart pointers for like certain assets that I know are going to die, like events. I like them in that case because I know it's like I want the memory to be alive while that event is alive, and then it dies immediately after. And then I can put like whatever I want into it because it might be different depending on what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and make this an event. So sync ping. I forget if I already have a function for this. Actually, let me see what you were saying with the factory method. I might think about that a little bit because I will need some way to like clean this up. Let's see. Get method call is easier but unsustainable. Struct factor constructor factory can have validation if you need it. Message type should have a proper name. Then if you know exactly what's happening, so comments or purpose-built methods. Wait, let's see. Why instead of purpose-built methods not have when and pass struct with payload? Built methods. Let's see. Well, I mean, wait. Let me see. I'm just trying to process what you said earlier to see if I could find like a solution. Message type should have a proper name if you need to know that. You dip it. Yeah, I feel like there's like so many things you can do in C++, and that's like the what is it? The curse and the blessing, I guess. Approved client can already set packet ID for you. Like approved client can already set pack ID for you, so you will not make a mistake. Are you thinking about another language for yourself? Struct like approved you can already send. Not a mistake. Let's see there. Already set pack ID for you. Okay, okay. I think I get what you're saying. So okay. Are you suggesting I should make like a struct that, like for example, like this one, right? Like it's an approve client join message, right? So I would have like, I know this isn't a valid place to put this, but you would have like a struct like approve clients, right? And then inside of here, like it would already have the message ID, like you would have the message, and then this message would like already have the correct type like loaded into it inside of its header or whatever. And then it can also include wait, okay. And then for the constructor for this one, you would fill it with the appropriate data. Right, like on construction, you fill it with the correct data, and then just pass that struct in, right? Would you be using like an interface to make sure that they all like interop correctly? Oh, well, yeah. But yeah, like would it be like an interface? Is that the idea? Or like, would you pass it? And then also if, okay, but yeah, so the message would, yeah, be constructed with that, so then it would already have the data in there. That's a good point. And then you just directly pass this message. Okay, so you're saying once I have that particular type, I would just pass it as like a byte. So upon construction, you would create it like that. And then the benefit would be that, so it would just move this logic into the constructor for that particular struct, right? And then you would just pass that message directly to my caller function, which would then go ahead and just send it however makes sense, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to think the whole thing through and like what are the benefits and disadvantages of that. Then you wouldn't have to do that, you know. Because previously how I did this, and the main thing that I guess I was solving for this, I'm just going to clear this out because it doesn't make sense right there. But the main thing I was solving earlier was I just had this open message from client, right? And then it just passes into a switch, which calls the appropriate function, right? And then it just does the send, right? But then if I put it inside of an object, I mean, I would still need to have some sort of, what is the word? Like way I decide which one gets used, right? Okay, I got you. Request handler pattern. Request handler. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name. There's a few of them, right? Request. It's, yeah, let me know what you find, like the design pattern. I can take a look at it, because I might recognize that better. I'm pretty happy with the stream though. I think I got pretty much everything refactored. It's just the session part. I'm kind of scared of the session part, I'm not gonna lie. We're not like scared, but like this is the part I really need to like rework to make sure that I get the new features I want. Oh, the strategy pattern. Okay, yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Strategy pattern. So I think I was looking at it the other day. Strategy pattern. So look at the first one. Actually, just take me to Wikipedia. Policy pattern is a behavioral that enables selecting algorithm at runtime instead of implementing a single algorithm directly. Code receives runtime instructions as to which frame. Okay, so let me see like a. Okay, so accelerate and break behaviors must be declared in each new. Okay. I break behavior, break with ABS, break. Right, so depending on, okay, then you have car, so car break behavior, I break behavior. Okay. And then I'm assuming this break behavior holds a bunch of functionality. And then depending on the actual data that you present to it, it will enact the appropriate behavior, right, at runtime, right, depending on the type provided. I think that's how I recall it working. Yeah, I think is that one similar to the visitor pattern? Visitor pattern. I always forget the difference between those two. Because I have used something similar inside of the engine at some point. No, yeah, this one okay, no, that's a bit different, yeah. Handlers and do can handle, and if so, handle packet, depending on the packet ID. Yeah, I kind of saw that too. It's doing like a similar thing, but yeah, it's more of a traversal thing. Can handle. Okay. Let me see. Let me do two things, and I might go ahead and try it. Let me get this not broken real quick, and then we'll go from there. So let's move this one over. This one is a sync ping. I think I already have sync ping implemented, so let's just go ahead and build it real quick. Sync ping, where is it? There it is. Send a sync ping message. Sync ping message. So basically, all I have to do is just say where is the server? Active server. Send sync ping message. And then we just need to provide the client, I believe, so connection. Yeah, this thing's already aware of all the times, so it doesn't need to worry. So we just do this. I think that's it. Yeah, we're good after that. I gotta figure out this whole map situation. For scripting languages. Send sync ping. Okay, that looks good. It's just a message, so that's pretty simple. Okay, let's go back. Struct influence the. Wait, let me look at the structure again. I'm just trying to look at the interfaces, make sure it makes sense. So this interface. So these ones inherit from this one, right? And then, what is it? I'm assuming this one implements the actual behavior that you want. And then you would, like, in the actual usage of this, you would create the object. Let me watch a video too, just to make sure I understand it. Strategy pattern. Because again, my brain's a little bad about getting it. All right, let's see. Okay. No, yeah, I think I'm kind of getting it. So again, you were saying like for the original creation of the type of message, you use a factory, like a simple factory, right? So you provide like, oh, this is the type I want. It gives you back the object, right? And then from there you can just call, or you can create a whole like factory, or not factory, like the actual like handler, and then the handler you just implement the proper functions and then go ahead and send the data, right? Just like the one you just described. Can handle and then handle. Okay, no, I think I get it. I'm trying to see. I might look into it a little bit more and put it together, because I do do this throughout my code base, where I have like fairly large switch statements. And then yeah, maybe this will reduce down the complexity. I mean, of course, it's still an abstraction, so there's no more to read through, but for the really large ones, this could help with it. Yeah, and then of course you have different functionality based on like the handler you provide, and it makes it nice and extensible. You don't have to modify the existing code and search through the whole code base to find places to modify it. Okay, I might take a look, but I think I'm getting towards the end of my stream. I think I'm at like, was it 5 hours now? Yeah, I think I just hit 5 hours, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. But I think the next thing I'm gonna do is go ahead and implement that and try it out. Let me see. Alright, so let me go ahead and pause up the stream. I'll go ahead and commit the code off stream. My brain's a little tired at this point. But yeah, I'll go ahead and pick up next week, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do post stream. I'll go ahead and post both the changes to the engine and the Pong project at the same time. I think I've done a lot of changes to the Pong that I haven't committed in the past week, so I'll commit both of those after the stream. Let's see. Project. But yeah. You said you have more examples, or for more examples? Let me see. Was there anything else I was gonna do? I think that's it, yeah. Oh, the chat was trimmed? Was it like a link? Oh, I got you. For sure. I feel it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'll bring it over on this side. I'll take a look. Implementation of .NET. Oh, like he uses the pattern quite a bit in this one. Oh, handler types, okay. Okay. I think I'll take a look at it a bit later. I don't think my brain can process it right now. I'll go ahead and take a look a little bit later. But yeah, thanks for coming by, man. Again, I'm gonna start up the stream next week, so I'll go ahead and fill everyone in with the progress. Hopefully I can get through networking pretty soon. It's not too much I have to modify for this. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for coming by. For sure, man. And anyone else who's watching, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, thanks for coming by and chilling. And if you're watching this on like a YouTube video, thanks for watching the video. Sticking with me. And yeah, all right. For real this time, I'm gonna head out. So later.